sings up. Now you seem better than me, but was that even for? Was you playing your games? Was you really bored? No, I really should've known. We were that away till we hit a red light. Didn't see the signs. Oh, after all that time, this is it for us. You don't wanna try. Thought your love was real, but it never was. No, you can't decide.
Alright, what's going on, everybody? Oh, crap. I gotta repair my microphone swivel thingy that this is mounted on. My electrical tape's starting to peel off. Alright, let's see. Let's do the Dora. For the warm-up, we'll hit the Dora. Alright, are the volumes all set? Audio, yep. Alright, we're gonna pause the music. Make it all nice and quiet so I can hear the engine when I'm doing the startup. Alright, and we need the fuel. Alcohol. We can probably leave the alcohol off, actually. Yeah, we'll leave the alcohol off. We don't need the alcohol. Let's see. Open up the fuel valves. And magnetos. All right. And let's start spinning up the inertial starter. What's up, Hatch? This is the Focke-Wulf 190 Dora. I'll show you the external here once we get it idling. This might be the first plane into service that had its own starter, inertial spinner for the starter for the Germans. The other ones they had to spin up by hand. Yeah, Luftwaffe. All right, here we go. Brake on. All right, we got it. Alright, we'll hold down the right brake and idle up to 1,000 RPMs. Yeah, this is the big one. The bigger version of the Antoine. This is the interceptor version. The Boomer and Zoomer. So it's got a huge wingspan. It climbs and dives extremely well. You can dive without ripping your wings off. I've gotten this thing into a 700 kilometer an hour dive just fine. It doesn't turn the best because of its gigantic wingspan, but it is got a lot of power, and the engineering behind it is what's amazing. You don't have to worry about your engine. The only thing I wish I could do was manually adjust the prop angle a little bit more, but it actually handles everything well enough that it's okay. Hey Larry, what's going on? No problem. I try to raid someone every time. The only time I don't raid somebody is if, like, there's nobody streaming DCS, or there's nobody I know. Like, if it's someone I don't know, but they're flying, I'll raid them. But sometimes there's no one when I'm done streaming to raid to. It depends on how the chat's doing, though. If the chat's pissing me off, I'll send them over to a titty streamer. Alright, we don't need to turn on the oxygen, and we'll leave the ADI caged. And the goal for tonight is we're going to go over to the North Pole World War II server and we're going to try to capture some more land. We did capture one point last night and then did a lot of damage to the other point, but then I ran out of time. We'll see if we can move that front line across the channel. We need to capture Dunkirk. Although Dunkirk's probably going to have to wait till the weekend when I've got more people flying. But Calais we can probably get, maybe. Ooh, the K4 would be a hard one to start with. But any of the German stuff's tough start. Really? I've met plenty of women that are into aviation. Yeah, there's a few in DZS. All right, we can turn the music back on. Okay. Let's see if we can taxi and get this thing in the air. Stabilizing 2,500 RPMs, and we'll let the stick go forward here in about now. All right, Dora, here we go. All right, gear coming up. Flaps. We need to step on that. There we go. Piece of cake. Alright, let's fly the circuit. We'll come back around, we'll do an overhead, and we'll make sure we can do a good brake landing without flopping out of the sky. I need to work on my speeds a little bit. I've been getting to the point when I'm trying to do my overhead brake near the end of the turn in on final, and I'm letting my speed just drift down a little bit too much because of these big ass wings, and I'm biting, and that causes the front to bop up a little bit. So I need to power through that a little bit more. Again, because it's all run off of a governor, I can't adjust the prop pitch manually. So I've got to get used to landing and taking it off, you know, completely off throttle. So basically what that causes, if you don't know aviation, when you're coming in and taking off or landing and adjusting your power settings, because it's done by a governor, it's going to create more bite on the prop than I want, which is why it would kick the front end up and cause the wings to dig in, because the governor is just trying to maintain the best thrust for the throttle setting, which is not always the case. Way ahead of their time. But at least in the 109s, then you could shut the governor off at any time and manually adjust the prop on your throttle, which is the best way to do it because it gives you the most control. You can do it with the, I mean, the door is fine and everything. It's just I'm so used to being able to adjust it myself that it just takes a little bit to get used to when you're landing the door because it's such a different beast. So when I'm coming in, I'm controlling everything just right, but then if I've got to adjust the power at all, I'm not ready for that bite. Especially when you're rolling over and using your momentum to carry you to the final. We'll see though. That's why I'm doing it on warm-up for a few days. Get that practice in. All right, 450 kilometers an hour on the brake. And we're idle. All right, half flaps. And gear coming down, full flaps. Alright, looking pretty good. This would be the part where you start dipping down a little bit too slow, causing that bite. Looks like we're going to power through it this time. I just had to adjust my throttle settings for when I'm coming through this part of the final. It's throwing me off a little bit, because normally I'd have the prop flattened out a little bit more than this. Alright, short final. All right, we'll take it. Not too bad. That'll work. Yeah, I just had to adjust that power setting. I'm just not used to giving it that much throttle coming around near the end there, but this thing is just a gigantic wing. So that governor was throwing me off quite a bit. That's why my nose jumped up yesterday on that one landing. It was creeping. There we go. Alright, that's a good warm-up. I'll take it. Let's go over to the server and see what it looks like. What were we doing? We were hitting Calais last night. But there was a bunch of tanks that were pretty iffy. Didn't they, like, drive through the water at one point? They were the best Tiger IIs ever. They had flotillas. Oh yeah, that's right. There was a lot of heavy tanks on that one spot, when making it kind of rough. It's World War II. It's not like we can carry that many bombs to take out that many heavy tanks. All right, Normandy. There we go. Maybe we'll get an opportunity to drop another 1,000-pounder off our Dora. That was a damn good bomb. We got two Panthers with that drop, and damaged the Tigers. It's a damn good drop, but I mean, 1,000-pounder right in the middle of them. That should be a good drop. I still think the damage model on that's pretty disappointing. If you drop a 1,000-pound bomb 2 feet away from a Tiger II, it should jack it up. It shouldn't take 5% or whatever. It was a really low percentage. Okay, yeah, we're still on Calais, but at least we have air support up in the air now. Because yesterday we had nothing. We were pushing it all ourselves because they had this radar point. That's what we blew up last night. So I guess let's just get in the air and head to Calais and see what's left. Let's bring a jug and a couple of 500-pounders. We don't know what's there, but probably more stuff because they probably respawn stuff, so we're gonna have to use smoke. So let's come out of Manston. Use the big old runway. Let's put 500-pounders on here. Yep, 500s. That'll be fine. Let's grab the strafing rounds. Give us a few more armor penetrating loads in the belt. Alright, boost is latched. Alright, we're gonna need some flaps. 2 500-pounders. Oh, we got a taxi pretty far, right? A little bit, yeah. Alright, let's taxi. I believe he's talking to you, Larry. Oh, the mosquitoes are actually getting some work done. Where are they dropping, though? Okay, they're attacking St. Omer. We're going after Calais. The very first thing I flew in DCS was the T-model Frogfoot, like everybody else. Even the first videos I made was on the T-model Frog. And I was doing that with a mouse and keyboard. Way back in the day. And my first major purchase was, of course, the A10. All the A10s. I bought Flaming Cliffs 3 and all the A10s and DLCs for the A10s all at once in one big purchase, along with the Viper. I did get a helicopter for a while because I didn't have a HOTAS at first. Can't really do a helicopter with a mouse and keyboard very well. Had to wait till I had all my rig built. Then I got helicopters. Oh my gosh, we're almost to the end. Actually, I could have brought 2,000 pounders, but yeah, we don't need that much. If I miss all my bomb drops, then we'll grab 1,000 pounders. Yep, take it easy, Larry. I'm a firm believer that everyone should learn how to fly piston planes, even if you're only going to jets. Teaches you a lot more about aviation. I mean, hell, I grew up flying Cubs and Cessnas and Pipers, and even flew some bush planes. Okay. Got the boost locked. Let's lock this tail wheel. That should be enough flaps for 1,000 pounds. Alright, let's check the map. Make sure we're good. Calais is gonna be roughly, yeah, 140, 145. So 140, 150. Alright, here we go. Ease into the throttle so we can get the tail wheel straight. our airspeed going, and that'll bring the tail wheel up. Get the tail up. Should be soon. Alright, tail is up. I wasn't straight on the runway yet. That's my bad. Alright, we just need a little bit more airspeed. And we're flying. Alright, gear. Let's close the cowl flaps. Alright, cowl flaps are shut. We were open on the oil cooler, and the intercooler's neutral. That should be fine. Flaps coming up. Adjusting the prop. We're going to leave the boost engaged because we're going to climb. And let's turn on the pitot. Let's turn on... Whoop. Okay, before I turn everything on, let's climb a little bit and then get trimmed. I'm getting ahead of myself. Doing too many chores. Fly first and do everything else later. Alright, stabilizing the trim. Stepping on the ball. Alright, yeah, we're pretty good now. Alright, bombs. We got the wings. Alright, bombs are good and armed. Guns are armed. Okay, we need to come around to like roughly 145. That's close. Oh god, they got boats in the Dover again. They're always attacking Dover. I wonder if that'll stop once we have Calais. There's the one of the downfalls of DCS. You can't feel the aircraft in your gut and your butt, which is where like 90% of your flying's coming from, as in awareness of the plane. This thing is such a climbing beast though. We're pulling almost 10 on the turbo, maintaining a ton of manifold. Was that 56 inches? I think it's a beast. The supercharger. Doesn't look like there's any enemy patrols up yet. It's probably because we had all those mosquitoes up over there. Those mosquitoes look like they're starting to get shot down and come back though. We're gonna fly up above Calais and we'll have a look. We'll probably call in smoke because there's almost no way to find all the crap around there, and I unlocked the ability last night, so we'll use it. I don't want to spend my entire fuel tank flying around in a circle trying to spot anything. We use the smoke like intelligence. Whoa. Something's on fire over there. Is that Dunkirk that's on fire? That looks like Dunkirk. That's Dunkirk. Somebody hit Dunkirk. We're not ready for that, though. We want to capture Calais first. Actually, it doesn't really matter, but I want to capture Calais because I think that's going to stop, like, all the stuff in between in the channel. I think if we stop Calais, that's when it'll stop those boats from attacking Dover over and over again. I don't want to get pulled off to hit those boats every time. Especially when those boats don't miss. Oh shoot, I forgot to talk to Santa about that today. Oh, and I got my tracking numbers on the HOTAS equipment. It's been shipped, and it should arrive tomorrow. But I have not secured somebody to pick it up from where it's going to bring it to me. So I might not be able to get it tomorrow. I might have to wait till like Saturday or Sunday even to get it. But that's okay. It's on the way. I'm actually surprised the shipping's going to be that fast. The last piece of equipment took longer than that. Okay, that's Calais right there. Let's go ahead and back off the turbo. Alright, well I'm gonna get closer and I'm gonna call smoke and see what the layout looks like. Stuff kept moving around and new stuff kept spawning while I was attacking it last night. Did you notice the enemy not missing shots very often? Like when they shoot at you, they're like 95% chance gonna hit you? Or did you not deal with too many boats and planes shooting at you? They seem to have me pinpointed. Like they didn't miss by more than a couple inches. Every time they shot, that I was either getting hit or right across my nose. So you're saying nobody shot at you? Got it. I had that one there was one deck gun on that boat, and he did one little burst, so we're talking like 4 little shots, and like 3 of them hit me directly in the cockpit. And then that 109 had like a 45-degree aspect shot, just raked it right across through me. They didn't miss any time they shot at me. It was crazy. Even when I was juking, pinpoint accuracy. So I think what happened is I think Santa, to try to make things more difficult, went a little bit too far with it, so now the enemy doesn't miss. At least it felt that way. I might have been just extremely unlucky all night long. That's possible, but probably not. Direct hits. Got them all. Alright, bombs are good. Alright, what was... Please don't be a Tiger tank. War Thunder? No, this is not War Thunder. This is an actual simulator of the actual aircraft and their flight models and systems and stuff. War Thunder's cool, but it's more of an arcade game. I can't tell if that's a tank or just a half track or something. Oh my goodness. Those are tanks. Well, there you go. I got hit with the first shot they fired hit me. Bastards. Oh, I need more bombs, but let's strafe them again. I think there was a Panzer, not a Panther at least. I didn't see what the other one was. That's a Tiger II. We're out of here. We're out of here. And they're smoking. So yeah, let's head back. We got the at least we got all the flak guns. Let's do a flyby and make sure, but I'm pretty sure I blew up. I put both those 500 pounders right in the middle of those flak guns, so that should be the end of them. We'll hit the turbo and climb out of here and head back to Manston so we can rearm and get a new plane. Yeah, there's nothing left over there alive. Oh yeah, it's all shacked out. Alright, let's get out of here. Well, at least the bombs were good. We're gonna have to come back though and put bombs on those main battle tanks, and I don't know if they'll actually work. We're gonna have to bring some fat ones. We'll bring a couple 1,000 pounders. We'll grab a new jug and put 2,000 pounds of bombs on it and just try to put them all on there, because those Tiger IIs are heavily armored. Alright, let's climb out. Get the boost going. When's the next day you're going to be flying, Vic? When I'm flying? Be Saturday? Or Friday? Wait, isn't today Friday? No, today's Thursday, okay. In 24 hours, alright. Is that like human time or Australian time? I know those things are different. Because it's going to take both of us to push like a place like Dunkirk. It's going to take more than just me or you by ourselves. We're going to have to put more pressure on it. And this is why, whenever they did bombing runs in World War II, they didn't send 1 or 2 planes. They sent shitloads of planes. Because for one, bombs weren't as accurate back then. And for two, it took a lot more of them. Something like that Tiger II, we really need to hit it with the biggest bomb we can, almost directly. Directly would be the best. Looks free and clear. Alright, let's back off the boost. Adjust the prop back. There we go. Sounds like my engine's rattling a little bit, but my temps are good. Let's go ahead and push the intercooler up a little bit. Oh yeah, we are starting to cook now. We're gonna seize, damn. I don't think we're gonna make it to Dover. Oh yeah, she's seized. Yeah, she's not gonna go. We're gonna have to... Like I said, they don't miss. I was hoping I was going to be okay because my oil temps and everything were good, but stupid shot right in the engine. All right, well, let's grab a fresh one. I guess that's going to save us the trip back. So we should be able to put 2,000 pounders on here. Yeah, 2 fatties. We'll just have to lower our fuel down. Alright, let's just get taxied. This is going to take a minute anyway to get taxied over there. What's going on, Buster? Is that mosquito pulling in on me? Nope. I'm using a custom setup, so on my monitor for an IR motion capture sensor, I'm using the Track IR 5. And then for the head tracking unit itself, I'm using a custom-made IR Puck by Grass Monkey. So I'm using an infrared to look at another infrared, and it took me a while to get it all tuned in, but that's why it works pretty damn good. I used to use like the free tracking using like a webcam and free software, and it worked okay. Then I got the Track IR5 and the Pro, and it worked okay, but the head unit from Track IR was kind of poorly made, and when I talked to them about it, they admitted it was poorly made, but they wouldn't replace it. They just wanted to sell me another one for way too much, so I told them to suck eggs and came up with this setup. Works really good. I'm sure you could. I don't have an Apple VR headset though. I like my motion capture setup. It's the smoothest I've seen. Okay, I gotta look outside. I'm not psychic. I can't see where this stupid mosquito is. You know it's gonna pull out in front of me. This is why in real life, when you're doing all these taxiing, there would be people guiding, and usually there'd be an engineer riding on the wing, so he could be telling the pilot, you know, left, right. If you ever see those old pictures of all the jugs taxiing and waiting in line for runways, and they've all got an engineer sitting up on the wing next to the pilot, that's why. Do I know how to actually fly a real plane? Yes, I do. I do know how to fly. I just can't do it in real life anymore because I'm all disabled and messed up now, so now I fly in DCS and share aviation with everybody else. But yes, I've been flying my entire life. Where's that mosquito going? Oh, there's a... Okay, never mind. There's a big hangar back there. Didn't even see it for a second. Normally we don't do World War II, but I do like flying piston and prop planes, so for right now we're doing some World War II stuff on the World War II server, but usually I'm flying modern, or teaching modern, or teaching aviation, or just goofing off and making fun of Australian people. That happens. Hey, thanks for the sub. Alright, let's see. Was there any more mosquitoes coming in? Nope. The other ones are all dead. That's the only one that made it back. Okay, so we're gonna fly over, and right over here is where those tanks are sitting. But we'll probably smoke them anyway, just to verify their location before I drop 2,000 pounds of friggin' bombs. No, that's too much. There we go. Okay. I've been flying in DCS for around 2 years. It's maybe a little more or a little less, but I don't remember exactly when, but it's about 2 years. God, those bombs are so fat. Alright, we'll leave the cowl flaps open until we're airborne and stable. Well, not even stable. We'll start closing them once we get up in the air. Alright, regular flaps are good. You know what? Let's, auto rich. Is the blinker not on? Okay, blinker's not on. Okay, so oxygen is off. Let's close it up, seal it, get the oxygen going. There we go. Okay. Hold on to your butts. This is not a guaranteed takeoff. We're so overweight. Is the boost strapped? Yep, boost is latched. Here we go. It's gonna take a while to get the tail up off the ground this time too, just because of how fat we are. 70 miles an hour. Okay, tail coming up. Whoa, come on DCS, give me some ground friction for once. 125 miles an hour. Oh my god, we are so heavy. But we're in the air. Gear coming up. And cowl flaps closing. Jesus, we're so heavy. Alright, flaps up. Gear is up. Adjusting the prop. Alright, we're cruising. Let's get everything turned on. Should be 140 to 150. I think 140 will be fine. When I was doing 150 earlier, we got a little too far south. Arming the bombs. Alright, we're ready for war. Temperatures are good. Cylinder head temp is right on the money. Shutters are good. Smoke them if you got them. Ooh, I should probably take my medicine. Let me see if I can get this trimmed out a little bit cleaner. Alright, hands off the stick. Hey, we're trim. Okay. Okay. Medicine is down. We're good for a little bit. Let's see. We're going straight for Calais. If I can clear out Calais and capture it tonight, that would be amazing. That would be a lot. And tomorrow we might be spending a little bit of time rebinding a lot of keys, because if I do get that new HOTES piece in tomorrow, we're going to have to spend a little bit of time rebinding a lot of throttle bindings, because I had to erase so many throttle bindings while this one was going out. Easing back. We're gonna keep the supercharger and the turbo engaged, but we're gonna lower the manifold pressure a little bit so we don't cook it. Although we're sitting fine, we can keep going, but we don't need to. We're plenty high enough, really. Well, it might be a good idea to get a little bit higher. We definitely don't want to be anywhere near the bombing site when I let go of 2,000 pounders. That's a lot of shit. The shockwave could probably destroy us if we're anywhere in the vicinity, so I'll probably drop these from a little higher up than I normally would, which means they're going to be not as accurate, but we'll give it a go. If I can kill that Tiger II, then that'll be really what we need to do. I don't think the other tank was a Panzer, just a regular Panzer, not a Panther. Not a Tiger, it was a Panzer, so I can actually do damage to a Panzer with 50 cals. I mean, in reality, you could damage a Tiger II with 50 cals if you hit it in the right spot. But in DCS, you gotta put a bomb directly on the hatch. Because I hit a Tiger II. That one Tiger II last night when I dropped the 1,000 pounder from the Dora, it hit like 10 feet away from the Tiger II. So it was in the middle of the blast radius and it didn't take but like 5% damage. Matter of fact, I think it's that same Tiger II that still has 5% damage on it. And that was from a 1,000-pound bomb. So one of these 1,000-pounders or both of them need to hit like directly on this Tiger II. Nice, Malicious. Yeah, see, you've been flying a lot longer than me in DCS. Good choices. A-10 and Black Shark, two of my favorite. I shouldn't say that. I love almost all aircraft. I am an aviation nerd. So I kind of like them all except for a few. There's a few in DCS I'll never purchase, but... What's up, Doris? How are you doing this evening? Hopefully they don't shoot at me this time, because every time they shoot a friggin' bullet, it hits me directly. We need to hire stormtroopers for the enemy side. Then I can fly right through everything they're shooting and not worry about it. Awesome, Doris. Everybody should fly. Alright, we're going to give the engine a break. Coming back to normal flight. What's up, AK? Let's call in the smoke. I'm sure they're in the same spot, but we're going to call it in anyway. Got to spend all this time trying to get bombs on one target. Watch though, now there's going to be new targets. Because last time I got all those flak guns, the only thing left was the tanks right over here. Oh, there they go. Okay, there's the smoke. Oh, great, they're out in the water again. They're literally in the water again. Vic, those are tanks right there in the bay, I'll guarantee it. This happened to me last night. It spawned new tanks while I was killing the old ones, and they were out in the bay. We're definitely gonna. I'm gonna have to talk to Santa and work out some of these bugs that are kind of breaking. The enemy's hit ratio and the spawn placements are nuts. Like, we've got boats spawning on land and tanks spawning in the ocean. The funny thing is if you hit those tanks, they will drive out of the water up onto land. They are submersible tanks. They were Tiger II submersibles. So I can't capture Calais while that shit's out in the bay, unfortunately. But let's see if we can kill these tanks anyway. Alright, dropping in on Tiger. Bombs away. There's 2,000 pounders. Oh shit, I missed. Damn. That's what I get for dropping that high altitude. I should have known to overshoot it even farther. They're so heavy and they're not aerodynamic, they're gonna fall like cinder blocks. Yep, that's a tank in the water. Oh, it's a Westby. That's an artillery piece. We can kill that with guns. Let's come back around and kill that. Whoa. Well, that got him. Hey, it's on fire underwater too. It's awesome. Working as intended. And the tigers are smoking again. Might be able to put some shots on that Panzer. You know what's funny though? Those tanks can see through the smoke and will absolutely snipe me. That's not even worth shooting the bullets. Alright. Oh, there's a flak gun somewhere. Oh no. Oh no, I'm being swarmed. I didn't even see him. Shit, I got 109s on me? Yep, I got the 109s on me. That's not good. Oh, Jesus Christ. One shot, of course. I'm telling you, they don't miss. As soon as they pull the trigger, you're getting hit. I didn't even know those two 109s were on me. They must be mad that I was blowing up, dropping bombs on their shit. Throttle work. All right, let's see. Well, I need to do that again, but not miss. We could put the 1,000-pounder on the Dora. Try that one. Just to break it up a little bit. They can't shoot me now. I'm the Red Baron. Again, this will be a miracle if I get this thing in the air. This bomb is so big. It looks ridiculous on the underside of this thing.
Porch light flicker on the siding. Moths dancing like they know the tune. Porch light flicker on the siding. Moths dancing like they know the tune. Every breath feels borrowed. But tonight, the world's in tune.
Oh, 4 junkers in the air. Probably coming over to bomb. Where were they trying to bomb last time? I want to say it was Hawking. So the only thing that should be left now is that Panzer and that Tiger. But on the way back, if those bombers are still in the air, we should stop and try to intercept them at least. For multiple reasons. 1, we need the money. 2, I need the experience to unlock more support abilities. And 3, we don't want them to bomb our front line anymore. Once we kill Calais too, we should sink all the boats at Dover and see if that'll stop the boats from coming over, because I think they're coming from Calais port. Alright, we're gonna use this line. Put it on the left side so I can see it.
Keep the night from drifting away. If this ain't heaven, it'll do for today.
Alright. Tail wheels pegged. Got takeoff flaps. Yep. All right. Here we go. We'll need a little bit extra runway because of all the weight from the bomb. All right, there's takeoff RPMs. Okay, stick forward. Waiting for the tail to come up a little bit. Oh, okay, we made it. That's pretty smooth, to be honest. Gear coming up. All things considering, that was very smooth. Glad we had all that runway, though. Trying to take off from a short field with that 1,000-pounder, I don't even think we could. Especially with the extra distance, because when you're on the fields, it takes a little bit more, because it takes you a little bit more power to get rolling and get speed going. Alright, let's bring the flaps up. Need 3 reds. Yep, got it. We're cruising. Where's that big ass bomb? Look at that bag. 1,000-pounder. Looks like a friggin' nuke. It's a World War II nuke, I guess. It's not splitting atoms, but it's pretty much got the most shit they could pack into a casing. I love the door, but where's my arm out? Can't trim it. let's head over. Let's head a little bit farther east so I don't fly too close to those boats that are sieging Dover. Let's see, I need to set up my bomb drop, so yeah, there we go. No, we don't want delay, we want contact. Alright, bomb is armed, aircraft's armed. Let's run 1.3 manifold. At least it's not a terribly long flight over the channel. It's like 20-something miles. It's not too bad. You can see the enemy boats out there. There's the big one. There's two big ones out there. There's probably a submarine over there too. I think that's what we killed first yesterday, right? Or the day, it might have been the day before yesterday or yesterday. The first strike we did was rockets, HVAR rockets from a Mustang, and we hit their sub and blew up their sub. And then it all went to hell after that. Started out so good. Is our alcohol off? Yeah, let's leave it off. We'll leave the fuse on, but we won't use the alcohol. We can toggle it really quick if we need to use it. I don't want to accidentally engage it. No, the 109s are they went home, or they might be closer than that. They're outside of anything that we have that can see it. Once we're over the AL, I can't keep looking at my map to see if they're getting closer. I just have to listen to the EWRS. Right now it's clean. Just two friendly Mustangs, 25 miles back over there towards Dover. Right there on the other side of my frame. So we're going to offset to the right so I'm not looking through the frame over here. Need to reset my ADI too. I don't think it's quite right. Let's get level. Okay. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Alright, let's call in the smoke again. Hopefully there's not new targets out in the ocean. If that happens, that's gonna suck, but we'll just keep practicing. But that'll tell me that we can't actually capture this by ourselves. If stuff spawns faster, then we can destroy it. So we're looking for there's the smoke there, that's the Tiger. There shouldn't be anything new. I don't see anything new, so that's good at least. I destroyed the Westby that was in the bay. EWRS is clean. Alright, let's just go straight for the bomb drop and see if we can get them. Alright, good roll in. Bomb is away. Shit, I overshot at that time. Damn it. That didn't look like much of a shockwave either. Well, we do have cannons on this thing. Where's the smoke coming from? Got it. This has actual cannons on it, so it'll do more damage than the 50 cal. So let's strafe it up a little bit. I didn't get any hits. I don't think. It didn't register any hits. EWR is still clean. Have to go grab a new bomb. Get better. I'm not the best, just Kentucky windage dropping. Now we hit the Panzer. No damage really. Yeah, let's just head back. Wasting time. Giving the enemy time to launch something on us. We gotta hit him with the bomb. Yeah, makes me wish I would have. I got pretty good with the Jug and the P-51, but I haven't done almost any dropping with the Dora or the 109, so what better way to practice than on live targets, right? Alright, we're gonna head back. Well, we didn't get shot at this time at least, so we're not damaged. We should be able to just fly back unless something jumps me. But the EWRS is clean, so we should be good. So we'll just land and then we'll refuel and put another 1,000-pounder on here and just go again. We'll get it. Or we'll get better either way. First one was a little short, the second one was a little long. Hopefully the next one will be right in there. It's just hard to gauge when you're trying to drop from a higher altitude. It changes the whole formula completely. But when you're dropping a bomb that friggin' big, you can't dive much closer than that. You're risking getting swallowed by the blast wave. And I'm definitely not experienced, even in the planes I'm good with, at higher altitude dome dropping. The best way you can do that is by just coming straight down on the target almost. But you can. I guess we could try that. Just try to do a vertical drop. You just have to be really careful because you can't come down completely straight down. That's bad. If you let go of a bomb and you're going completely vertical, you probably aren't going to survive. But we can try to do that. Try to do a dive onto it. I'm not experienced at that, but I know the mechanics of it. We might be able to have a better luck of getting that big bomb really a lot closer anyway. Just have to climb up a little bit higher and then roll vertical on it. And then give it a good 5-degree pitch. Drop it a tad short. 5 degrees, that weight of the bomb, it's going to almost come straight down from where it's at. It's only going to drift forward a little bit. Actually, the 1,000-pound bomb probably won't drift forward at all. Probably will come straight down off the drop. These old-timey bombs aren't exactly aerodynamic. They're basically drag bombs. Diet Pepsi letdown. Hey, now this is realistic, flying around with a drink. If I had a piddle pack on my desk, this would be super realistic. Alright, Manston is right on the edge here, right? Oh yeah, there it is right in front of me. I see it. So we'll just attack the front of the runway and do an overhead brake landing like normal. Nothing special. Such a beautiful aircraft. Their ideology sucked, but their engineers were amazing. There was a lot of very, very smart people that were living in that country at the time. Very innovative. They brought aviation forward a ton. Not the aviation part really, but the mechanics of it, the engines and so on, amazing. Their actual avionics aviation was not that great. If they would have given if we would have got the technology of the Dora engine and the engineering of it all into an American airframe, oh man, that would have been the best military aircraft of the times by far. Not even close. All the systems and the engine pipeline into a Mustang-style airframe that could handle the power with our aviation engineering, you know, trim, all that good stuff. It would have been so good. All right, we're coming in a little hot, which is fine. We'll slow down on the brake either way. Come on, step on it. There we go. Jeez. Alright, braking. And we're idle. It's making it real hard to step on the ball with my current setup because this HOTAS piece is going out. Alright, half flaps. Slowing down. Alright, gear, full flaps. Looking good. Came in a little early on the brake, but that's fine. Pegged. Oh, how much further have we got to go to get to the end of the runway? Oh, we still got a ways to go. Let's see. Let's get the flaps back up to half. Well, that's good. We can just use the same plane. We can just refuel and rearm. Man, that's such a big-ass plane. I wish we had another plane sitting right next to it just so you can see how big the Doro really is. It's very large. The length and the wingspan on this thing and the nose is just so huge. No, it's just me right now, I think. Yeah, it's just me right now. We'll probably have more on the weekend. Alright, we're gonna turn off and back around right here. Alright, ammo, fuel, and another fatty.
Заправка по плану. Перезарядка по плану. Прием. Командир, борт заправлен.
There we go. Give me some more liquid dinosaur. Alright, now we need gun ammo and a big friggin' gigantic bomb. Hey, there's our big ass bomb. Man, they're rearming this thing in record time. Watch them in real life wheel that friggin' thing out there on a cart and then jack it up off of the
Командир,
cart.
оружие подвешено.
Alright, we're ready to go already. Shit, yeah. Alright, flaps half. Alright, let's get back over there. Hopefully we can get the bomb right on that friggin' tiger this time. Alright, stick forward. God, we're so heavy. Alright, we're good. Gear coming up. I'm gonna leave those flaps down just for a bit. We are not stable at all. Alright, flaps coming up. Okay. Well, that was a friggin' workout. Flying the door just a few times in a row, the stick gets so heavy in my friggin' broken ass body's arm. Hopefully nothing else has spawned, and hopefully our bomb will hit this time. I'm surprised it didn't do as much damage though. It hit fairly close to where they are, but the shockwaves seemed really small. You know what? Let's put a delay on it this time. I'm gonna put a delay on it. And hopefully and then I'm going to get a little bit closer to the target so I can make it more accurate, as long as the delay actually works. Yeah, see, every time I try to friggin' step on it, my rudder access starts getting hung up, and it makes it really impossible to go into good coordinated flight. I'm always a little off because I can't hold it just right. Hopefully the new HOTAS will help that a little bit. Probably not much though, because it's going to have the same problem with the axis though. You can see when it sticks. What's up, Sam? Alright, we're over the 4JU88s, 60 miles south of us. Where are they? Oh, they're... I don't know where they are. Oh, God. Those bombers are right over... They're bombing the shit out of us. That's a bummer. They're at Chalet. They're like heading towards Big Hill. I wonder why those Mustangs aren't going up there. Oh well. Mustangs are going across the channel to attack too. We just need to capture ground over here. Same goal. Yeah, I'd be able to coordinate my flight like way better, like near perfect if I had good rudder pedals, but then again, because of my damaged legs, that might be hard to do as well. I will eventually get pedals, but I might not be able to use them that often. There's only two things I'd really ever need to use the actual pedals, and that would be warbirds and helicopters. Nope, I don't need to switch tanks. Alright, we're flying right at Kelly, aren't we? Yep, let's offset. They're in the same spot. And I don't see anything new yet. It looks like we're still just got the same two tanks. I really hope the delay fusing on the bomb works, because I'm going to get a little bit closer than normal. I'm going to drop this like it's a 500-pounder. So it better delay. EWRS is clean. Good. We don't have have friggin' 109s flying down my throat. Gonna drop the chonker. It really is how amazingly big that bomb is on the bottom of this friggin' plane. The engine is gonna sigh of relief as soon as I let that thing go. Right in the middle of them. It still didn't do any damage. That thing is like literally 15 yards away. Well, at least the delay worked. These guys have infinite smoke. Might have had better luck with HRs. That 1,000-pounder should have done more than that. That Panzer with a 20 mil cannon and it was doing like 1% every like so many hits. That's so bad. Alright, let's head back. We need more bombs. Guns just aren't doing anything. Cannon should do a little bit of damage to that Panzer. It's just a Panzer. Hey Resistor, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. How are you doing? Nice, 10th sub, thank you, that's awesome. It is because subs like you allows me to get equipment to keep doing this and do it better. Oh, nice. Doing anything exciting for vacation? It's too far for me to go, but we could strafe these boats really quick that are at Dover. I'm getting ready to wreck some boats. Actually, they're going to shoot me in the face because they don't miss, so I'm going to get shot here in just a second, but see if we can put some damage on some of these boats on the way back really quick. That's cool. That's something that you have to do all the time though, right? Boats are just like airplanes, it's a money pit. You're always working on the boat, or the plane, or the whatever. In my experience. No, I'm not getting anything anymore. I'm friggin' all disabled and shit. I barely have the rig I'm flying right now. All I got's a little bit of stuff left. Not a lot of money in being disabled, actually. I know it sounds glamorous. But it's not. Where's the friggin' port at Dover? It should be right in front of me, right? But I'm not seeing it. There's the cliffs of Dover. It's gotta be right there. Yeah, it's just off to the left. Hey, hello Raiders. What's up, Dragon? And everybody that came with. You don't have that one? You should. The 190 Dora is amazing. The Ant one is good too, but the Dora is my favorite. She is a big old beast. How's it compared to the 109? It's very similar in its climbing and diving characteristics, except it can dive a little bit harder, but it can't turn near as well because of these giant friggin' wings. It's a quintessential boom and zoomer, whereas the K9 is absolutely can do all of it. The original BF-109s weren't the best turn fighters, but the K9 Kurfürst is probably the best World War II plane we've got for all-out performance. It takes more work to fly the BF-109 and get all that performance out of it. It's not near as easy as like flying a Mustang, but it will outperform the Mustang and the Spitfire if you know how to do it. 109's crazy. It's just, yeah, it takes a lot more work. Alright, we're gonna see if we can put some of these 20 mils onto the hull line of these boats, and then we'll go land and grab a new bomb and go back for that tank. This server is so hard mode, the enemies don't really miss much, so if I start shooting at me, I'm probably just going to get shot. I got hit. Like I said, they don't miss. Even when you're going friggin' 400 miles an hour across their bow, they don't miss. Alright, we're heading back home. Engine's good so far. I fly almost every single day. I am all messed up and disabled now, so the only thing I have left I can do is stream on Twitch and share aviation with everybody else. So I'm flying all the time. If I'm not on here flying, it's either Sunday, because Sunday's the day I do my physical therapy stuff and my body's just way too wrecked to fly after that usually. Or, what the flack. Look at that, pinpoint accuracy. They really need to tone that down on this server a little bit. It's way too, everything's just way too accurate. No, this is North Pole, hard mode. I don't know if I should risk doing an overhead brake or just, I'm going to try to just brake into the runway. If I do an overhead brake, I don't think I'm going to make it. I think the wing's going to dig in too much when the engine bites. So we're just going to do a straight in. We're going to come in a little hot. Thank you, Vic. That did not startle me at all. All right, there's Manston. Come on, rudder. All right, half flaps if they're gonna work. I don't hear them. I don't think the flaps are gonna work. Nope, they're coming down. They're coming down. We're good. We're good. All right, see if the gear's gonna come down or if we're gonna have to belly land. Nope, gear's coming down. Full flaps. Oh shit. Come on. Okay, this is gonna be bad. I don't have much elevator. We might flop it just a little bit at the end here because I don't think I'm gonna have much aft stick to. I'm gonna try to lay it down real nice, but there's a chance it's not gonna be real light. Oh, you can feel the holes in the wings, that's for damn sure. Okay. Not too bad, to be honest. Not too bad. Could have been worse. Want to sell. One Dora needs paint. Only one user. Okay, we got to get back over here and drop a bomb on that tank though. So I'm thinking we're gonna just grab the jug this time and bring 2,000 pounds of explosive. Seeing as how this Tiger II is friggin' invincible. Give me a second, I gotta split the throttles. All right. Alright, big old 1,000-pounders. Alright, flatten out the prop. And let's taxi. And then we'll set everything up once we get taxied. Oop. Tail wheel. Uh-oh. Is it locking up? I think it's booting me. Yep, looks like I'm booted. Vic, what'd you do that for? Well, at least it wasn't when we were like 1 mile away from the target. Yeah, but I need practice. Although if they allow me to spawn an A10 in, I'll go kill everything really quick. We'll just win the war. Give me an A10 and an Apache, we'll be done. Alright, holographic, keto. At least we have this big runway to take off these planes with these overloads. If all we had was a field over there to take off from, I wouldn't even be able to bring these big ass bombs. I'd have to use the smaller ones. So at least we have Manston. If we lose Manston, we're definitely screwed. Love how you can just hear the tires rolling when you're at a dead idle. So realistic. These bombs are a little more aerodynamic than the German ones, but really not really. They're just tight, they're just packed tighter. Just by the sound, The problem is the sound is good and the friction is non-existent, so they still need to add the ground friction to DCS. That's why you slide around a little bit too much in DCS, is there's no real ground friction proper yet. Oops. Well, War Thunder didn't have anything. War Thunder's just an arcade. It's just up goes up, down goes down, left goes left, right goes right. There's no real flight model in any of them. I remember when I finally got out of the hospital, right? Everybody's heard this story from me that's been around for a while, but... So, I'm in the hospital for years, off and on, getting all my surgeries that I've had to have and all that stuff, and I was basically didn't have a life for like 7 years. When I was finally ready to start coming home and staying there for extended periods of time to where I only had to have surgery every 6 months, some friends of mine who knew I wasn't going to be able to fly ever again or do a lot of stuff ever again, they told me about this cool flight simulator, right? They said flight simulators have gotten so much better. They're closer to the military flight simulators now. You need to check it out. We think you'll like it and it'll give you something to do. And they told me about War Thunder. So I was real excited, and then when I got home and I got a computer and I downloaded War Thunder, and I was like, this is not a flight simulator. This isn't even in the same ballpark as a flight simulator. This is an arcade game. It's fun, but this is not a simulator at all. Not even close. But then I found DCS soon after that, and I was like, hey, this is an actual military flight simulator. Like, actually. Like, this is the one they use in the military. I didn't even know they had a civilian version of this. It's a good gateway for people who want to get into flying, period, because this really is like if you go into the military and you're being trained on a flight sim in the military, they use a non-civilian version of this, like DCS. It's the same thing. It's just not a civilian version, so all the specs in the real one, there's some mild differences because like there's real specs. Some of the numbers that are wrong in DCS on purpose are a little bit correct on the other one and stuff, but it's the same thing. Okay, let's see. We got 2,000 pounders. We're gonna need a little flappage. We're gonna need to latch the boost. Okay, we're latched. Yeah, I've been flying my whole life. Even when I started flying when I was a little kid. Oh, I already had the oxygen on. My bad. Okay. Seal her up. I'm gonna go ahead and get all my stuff turned on before I get up in the air too. Let's arm. Don't do this, by the way. You're not supposed to do this. You don't arm things on the ground, but we're going to this time. I need to pay attention to trying to fly this thing when I'm this overloaded. We did 1,000 pounders, right? Yeah, those are the big fatties. Those are 1,000 pounds each. Okay. You're not spamming, you're fine. I do not mind people asking questions at all. I encourage it. Actually, a lot of people come to my streams usually because they need help with something. Alright, here we go. We're definitely going to need the boost. Tail wheels, or the tail's not even going to come up probably till 100 miles an hour, I imagine, with this weight. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it was about 100 miles an hour. We're not even going to attempt to rotate until about 130 miles an hour, probably. Okay, we're coming up. God damn, that's heavy. All right, gear coming up. Jesus, we're so heavy. 150 miles an hour, we're barely in the air. That's how you know you're overloaded. All right, let's close the cowling. cylinder heads are a little cold. Pulling 5 boost. Manifold pressures at 54 inches. Alright, let's bring the flaps up. Let's adjust the prop back a little bit. And that's 52 inches, that's perfect. We'll leave it right there. Start climbing. Probably get up to about 9 or 10 boost once we get a little air. I just don't want to run the manifold pressure past 55 for an extended period of time because we'll burn it. Are we on auto rich? Yeah, okay. I thought it said lean for a minute there. I'm like, oh shit. No wonder I'm not barely floating. Okay, temps are all good. We're cruising. And we're coordinated, all right. Just cruising now. So we're gonna need some altitude because we need altitude to drop 2,000 pounds of explosive. If these things land right next to that Tiger II and it still just takes 1% damage from 2 1,000 pound chonkers, I'm gonna be giving up on that Tiger for now. And if you drop thousands of pounds of bombs right next to a tank, I don't care if it didn't hit it directly, the concussive blast wave will jack that tank up, or at least jack up everybody inside of it to where it's not going nowhere no more. Hopefully we can get a direct hit though. If you've never seen a Jug in real life, by the way, they are, excuse my French, fucking huge. Like, they're not that long, but they're they're so big around. Like the, if you look at the front column, you see that exhaust right here on the bottom? A man can climb into that. That's how big the thing is. That intake hole, a person could climb in there. And this is the original A-10. But instead of a massive gun that it's built around this massive engine and supercharger. Really is a marvel of a jet, or a plane. If you're ever interested in the crazy engineering of like World War II piston engine radial planes, look up the P-47. It's a crazy design, the way they got the supercharger in there, the way it vents the exhaust all the way down the fuselage back into the supercharger collector and back up into the engine. And the size of that double Wasp engine is just, it's huge. I think it's 18 cylinder, yeah, it's an 18 cylinder double Wasp, I'm pretty sure. Okay, there's Calais. We'll call in that smoke and make sure it's just those two tanks again. Okay, so we're set up to drop the bombs, but we're not armed yet. Let's arm the fuses on the bombs. Yep, we're armed. shit. I got a Dora. That's 50 miles away. That's not anywhere near us. Yeah, it's way out there in the open ocean. We're good. Actually, we might be able to handle a Dora after we drop the bombs, but if a 109 gets on me, we're kind of screwed. Although on this server, the way it's sitting right now, before we make adjustments, we're screwed anyway, because like I said, the enemy doesn't miss right now on this server. You're just dead. I think their miss rate is like 3% or some shit. Bit much. Alright, we're off the boost. Temperatures are all good. Yep, everything's perfect. It's running like a dream. Which is good because we're probably going to work a little overtime. Well, not really. I mean, we're only going to do the one drop. There's no reason to stick around and use the 50 cals for anything. Depending. Let's go ahead and smoke it. Okay, there's the two tanks, the Panzer and the Tiger II, King Tiger. And I don't see anything new, so we're good there. I haven't even been looking for trains. Oh, there is no supply line to Calais with a train. Oh shit, there's a door right in front of me. Okay, we gotta go drop this bomb now. Damn. We're boosting. Yeah, double Dora's right on top of me. Shit. How high are they? Oh yeah, they're way up there. They're gonna be able to dive on me, doing like 700 kilometers an hour. I'm not gonna be able to run. We just gotta get these bombs off and not miss. Chemical release, yep, armed, okay, yep. Double checked, we're all good. Well, at least we're gonna get our bombs off. Boom, direct hits. It says 0 damage. I think I killed them. I think it says 0% because I think they're dead. I think I got them. And we're merged. Where's this? Nope, I didn't kill them. They're smoking again. That was a lot of explosive to not hurt them. Where'd that Dora go? He must have bombed, he must have boom and zoomed. He must have missed his dive and flew away. I don't see him anywhere. Whoa. Oh no. Ah, I almost saved it. That might have been a door, actually. Yeah, that was a long nose. Okay. I thought it was a short nose for a second. Okay, so did these tanks just not take any damage? I think I've dropped like 8,000 pounds of explosives right in the vicinity of these tanks, and they're just not taking damage. All right, there's God. Okay, there's a tiger. It looks like no damage. See what the other one is. Dude, the controls on the camera are really bad. There's the other one. That is... that's a tiger too. So that's the king tiger. No damage on him either. This must be the Panzer over here. There's the Panzer. Again, no damage. That 2,000 pounds of bombs just blew up like 10 yards away from this Panzer. It's no damage. I don't know what to do. I'm at a loss for words. They should have taken damage. Those were gigantic bombs that blew up literally right on top. I didn't get a direct hit, but I mean, you don't need to. That's not the way bombs work. You don't have to get a direct hit for the bomb to do damage. I mean, maybe I'll try some HVARs or something just to see if they actually take damage. I'm starting to feel like they're invincible. Their splash damage is doing nothing. So let's try HVARs. Let's do 6 HVARs. We'll put them on the Stinger. What's up, Monster? How you doing this evening? Well, as long as the moose doesn't get you, it's all good. It's all good in the hood. Oh, what the hell? Hot start. Always remember, when you do a hot start on anything, there's going to be a lot of useless shit turned on that you don't need. No matter what aircraft you're in. Hopefully we can get a direct hit with the HVARs just to see if they do anything. How much do you want to bet, though, they do next to nothing? Yep, take it easy, Clogger. I'm always around. Monday through Saturday, I'm probably around at least 4 of those days. My body does screw with me from time to time, and I miss a day from time every now and then, but most of the time I'm here. If I'm not here, I'm probably still reachable in my Discord. I am disabled. I'm not going anywhere. If I'm not streaming, I'm still probably easily reachable if you need me for anything. And the YouTube channel. And I'm working on the Vic Hate website, but it's still a work in progress. Alright, now I can control the bite. So this is what I'm used to. A little bit better control. I do love the automation of the Dora and stuff, but having the control of the prop pitch makes a huge world of difference. Because it's like, think of a helicopter. You know, you're using the collective to change the rotor blade angle pitch, which gives more downward thrust depending on the angle of the blades. That's what the engine prop does. It's the exact same thing. You can think of the RPM lever as actually as a collective. All the way forward, the blades are flattened out completely, so it's a really light bite. As you bring that back, it's going to increase the angle on the blade, which means it's going to bite into the air and push more air back than before, which lowers the RPM of the engine. Alright, we need to do a run up. Alright, get the brake out. Let's see, for the 51 it's 1800 RPMs for a magneto check, I think. So 1800 and pop the magnetos. All good. All right, let's go ahead and arm the rockets while we're on the ground. Get them all set. So rockets up, armed, and we're gonna shoot singles. And they'll be instant, so they explode on impact. Set our takeoff trim. That should be good. Okay. We are ready to go. We're airborne. Nice and smooth. We're going to bring one unit of flaps up and leave one unit down for a bit. Although the HVAR rockets don't, you wouldn't think they're that heavy, but they're actually kind of heavy. They don't create as much drag, but they do create weight. So let's bring the flaps up now, and we're going to adjust the prop. So here what we're doing is we're actually increasing the angle of the prop blades now, so they're biting into the oxygen more. So we're running less RPMs, but creating more thrust. All right, we're cruising. Hey, Mitsu, what's going on, buddy? That's weird. This is probably going to be a garbage flight, because these rockets aren't going to hurt that tank. I don't think anything can hurt that tank right now. I'm going to have to talk to, we need to get into the back end of the server and do some fixing and adjusting, I believe. Mitsu, what's going on? Yeah, I saw that you raided with a party of 1. Is that really a raid, or did you just come on over? What's up, Dragon? The battle goes poorly tonight. I've dropped so many bombs on a set of tanks and they don't appear to take damage. I think I've got some bugged tanks, or some of the settings on the server are off, but I can't do anything about it right now. Which is making it near impossible to capture Calais. That last drop, I dropped 2 1,000-pound bombs from a jug, really right. It didn't get a direct hit on the tank, but they hit right next to them, like right on them in the area, and they didn't take any damage from 2,000 pounds of explosive. So I think there's an error in the back end on the server at the moment, and the enemies don't miss shots. So if the enemy shoots like 5 bullets, 4 of them hit you, no matter the aspect. So something's a little off. Like if I go down there right now to strafe a boat, the odds of me getting shot by their 1 deck gun is really high. So yeah, something's just a little off, and we need to cool the engine a little bit. I forgot to do that after takeoff. So we're gonna open up the shutter. There we go. Yeah, it happens with some of the North Pole servers, because the whole point of the North Pole servers is to make it more realistic and more hard, and it works most of the time, but sometimes it causes adverse effects where the AI does things to make it harder that are a little lame, like psychic and stuff like that. So what I've noticed here is nothing misses. All the enemies, when they shoot, hit you. Like in a dogfight, I was pulling pretty hard last night in multiple different dogfights, and I was out turning them, and then I would just hear one snapshot, one single shot, and like all the rounds would go right across the fuselage every time. So there's definitely something a little off. I don't mind the enemies being really skilled, but they were perfect, which is impossible. Every time I got jumped by 2 people, I'd be on one of them, and by the time I was getting him under my gun, the other one would just do a snapshot from like 45 degrees off, pulling 5 Gs, and still just snapshot me and never miss. Oh no. We might have to go back and kill those boats at Dover. We might have to stop pushing Calais just to stop the Dover attack. I want to hit these tanks though with these HVARs just to see if they take damage really quick. But we might come back and see if we can just kill some boats before we're done for the night. I think Calais is going to be a lost cause with the Invincible Tigers here. Okay. Well, Sam, if you ever have any questions, don't be afraid to ask them. If I don't know the answer, I'll at least let you know I don't know the answer, and someone else that hangs around might. Or, it's always a possibility that I'm full of shit and I'm just making everything up and I just get lucky. That's very possible. I don't even think I need to call in the smoke this time, but I'm going to anyway just to make sure they didn't move. Nope, they're still there. Oh, there's a new one. At least there's no tanks out in the bay. We did have a Westby spawn out there earlier. Okay, the two Tigers are the two to the right, and the one on the left is the Panzer. Almost no damage. Barely anything. Those were direct hits. Those were good rockets. Yeah, we're done messing with the tanks for tonight. Oh, shit on me. Oh, God damn it. What do you know? What do you know? Perfect hits. That's insane. Yeah, there's something severely wrong on the server right now.
So that must have been a second one.
Yeah, that was the second one. As soon as he started shooting, man, just... Unfortunately, the same thing will happen with the boats, too. Yeah, we'll talk to Santa and let him know the way it's running right now and see if he can look into the back end on the scripting and see why the enemy skill level is like way beyond the top. They should not be that accurate always. He's gonna have a lot of trouble getting people to fly on this server. If every time an enemy gets anywhere near them, they just dot them. The only server where the enemy aircraft 360 no scope you. All right, let me use the restroom. Oh, I will be right back. I guess we can at least try to practice a little bit more and try to kill some boats. Need more practice dropping bombs. And we need to get rid of these boats. I wonder... Well, no, that wouldn't work. Let's just grab the jug. I wonder if we could do... and still put a bomb on here. Put a 500-pounder on the bottom. Lower the fuel. That'll give us 10 HVAR rockets and one 500-pound bomb. That's a pretty good loadout just to try to take on some boats. Because I know the rockets work on the boats, because that's what we sank that entire... The other night we sunk all the boats with rockets. So if we can drop a 500-pounder on the deck of one of those big boats, that should sink it. And then we'll have 10 rockets also to hit another boat. Practice is practice. At least we know these boats take damage. Oh, my head tracking's a little off now. Okay. There we go, we're running the RAF colors. We are taking off from England. Gotta love not being able to see shit. You're not supposed to be doing ILS taxiing. Yeah, Vic, I hit those tanks with some HVARs directly, like direct hits. Still didn't do any damage, really. So I'm kind of done messing with those tanks at Calais for now. I believe Santa's going to have to get in here and do some more balancing. And then I got spot shotted by a Dora that shot like 200 rounds and hit me with 195 of them. So definitely need to do a little bit of server work. It's not sitting in a good spot balance-wise at all. So next time I talk to him, I'll let him know. If we get it neutral, then you can use a command to have boats land troops to capture. So you do it all, the NPCs do the capturing for you, you just have to neutralize it. We just can't neutralize right now with invincible tanks. Unless you have to, I mean, I'd landed 1,000-pounders right on that tank. It didn't hit directly, but it was right next to it. Did like no damage. So the only way to destroy that tank is literally to drop a bomb directly on it, like point blank perfect hit or something, then that's too much. Especially when everything else can kill you in one shot. Well, we're gonna try the close air support loadout. I forgot the Jug can actually take this loadout and still get up in the air. Jug is a beast. You can also do 6 of the large rockets, basically the air-to-ground missiles. They're huge rockets. I'm just not very good with them. So you can do 6 of the big, huge tube rockets, or you can do 10 HVARs plus a 500-pounder. Which we just have 1 bomb on the belly, right? Yeah, 1 500-pounder on the belly, and then 10 rockets. So, armed, chemical releases on the belly. We're gonna drop the bomb first. For the rockets, singles and instant. Okay. So we'll drop the bomb right now, and then we just need to switch this down to drop the, to shoot the rockets. All right, gosh, we need to shut the cowling. Our cylinders are too cold already. It must be cold. I didn't check the ATIS for temperature, but it's got to be chilly because the cylinder heads are way too cold. So we're gonna close the cowling right now before we even start taking off, and we're gonna warm it up a bit. We want those cylinder heads closer to 200. There's 150. $160, that should be good. All right, and away we go. Alright, gear up, flaps up. Now we need to climb. We'll try to drop the 500-pound bomb on one of the big boats like that. There's that destroyer, that old-timey destroyer out there that's got the deck gun that doesn't miss. We'll see if we can drop a 500-pounder on that thing. And hopefully we won't get blown up right away on the dive. There we go, cylinders are right at where they should be. fly over Dover, give us time to climb, and that'll give us a good look out into the bay and see where those boats really are. Those, I think, those might be subs, but the two LS Chases, those are the old-timey destroyers, the big boats. Those other things might be subs, which we can dive onto those subs with our rockets and probably sink those as long as we're not getting lit up by all the deck guns around. Take it easy, Resistor. Hopefully your work goes by swimmingly. Plus the 850 cals actually do some damage to boats if you can, again, not take a hit as soon as you get within range. Like in normal reality, if this was a little bit more realistic and not so overblown on the enemy's favor, as long as you've got good speed and you're coming at them at different angles, you have a low probability of being hit. It's not a perfect chance, but it's low probability. It's very hard to hit moving targets that are moving very fast at angles. So when you're strafing boats and stuff, you just want to roll into it and not just come straight at them. And you want to keep your airspeed up to whatever your normal max combat airspeed is. There's one of the big ones right there. Let's drop the bomb on him. And that Santa Fe is right near. Oh, look, the deck gun's already shooting. He's shooting at me right now. I might get blown up any second now. Oh, shit. We gotta make our way over to this boat and drop a bomb on him. Look how accurate. Jesus. I just juked a little bit and those shots were still really close. Oh, here comes the flak exploding right in front of me. This is nuts. Oh, hey, look at that. Hit me already. That didn't take long. Did the bomb not release? Nope, the bomb didn't release. I armed it. Yeah, it's armed. I had the belly selected. It's armed. I don't understand why it didn't drop. It certainly should have. Look at how accurate that was. Did the bomb drop that time? Nope, it's still on the plane, isn't it? What the frig is going on with the bomb? Hey, nothing's shooting actually. That was weird. Nothing shot. Unless the first hit knocked out my ability to drop the bombs, which would make sense on this server. Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. It's not even good practice. Is there another World War II server where I could actually practice? It's not like broken. The only thing I can think of is that the very first flak hit took out my ability to launch any weaponry. It took out my systems, which is weird because they're mainly mechanical. But it could have taken out the one trigger servo, so I guess I could have manually pulled the ripcord on the emergency release on the bomb. Basically jettison it while it's armed. That would have worked. But I didn't have time to think about that, seeing as how they were shooting 1,000 rounds and missing none. Foria. I think I've flown on Foria before. Yeah, dude, that server's just broken, man. The enemy is way too perfect. Oh, this is straight up practice. With a Son 9 radar guided flak. Alright. Interesting choice. Need to set up my own little practice. Oh, I did set up my own little practice. Why wasn't I using that? Actually, that would be a real test. Let's... Just to make sure it is scripting that's... Just to make sure it's scripting that's doing something funky, let's go to my sterile private server with no extra stuff running in the background and see what a bomb does to, like, a Tiger. Or see what some enemy bullets, if they're anti-air, hits you with every shot. We're just gonna put some tanks out in a field here. And then we'll put... This'll be fine. I don't want to fly it, that's too much shit. Let's just put some tanks out here on the hedgerow. So, let's see. Third Reich, armor. So there's a Panther. Let's put a Panther down. Okay, next let's put down a Tiger 1. And let's put down a Tiger 2. And let's put down a Panzer 4. There we go. And let's put some smoke to mark it. We'll put some large smoke there. That should be good. And let's put... Oh, we've already got a couple here. What are these? Here's a Mosquito. Here is a BF-109K. Let's just... we'll just grab a new one. So, blue combined arms. Let's grab a Jug. Whoops. That's not a Jug. Alright, there we go. We'll do the D40. So let's put a D40 here. Let's put it up to... Let's go 10,000 feet. We'll make it a client. We don't care about the paint job. Let's put 2 500-pounders on there to start. Oh, and let's name it Jug B Practice. Okay, so we'll do that with the Jug. And let's grab a... we don't need to test a Mustang. Let's grab the Dora and put that 1,000-pound chonker on there. Client. We'll call this one Dora B Practice. And we'll put him up there at 8,000 feet because we're not going to put him up much past that. Doras are not actually high altitude. There's the 1,000-pounder. Oh, we gotta change that paint job though. It's all about the paint job. All right, let's lower the fuel a little bit on both of these. Oops. Oh, that one's already set. Make sure they're both clients. They are both clients. Okay. Alright, let's try the Jug first. We'll try to put these 500-pounders on one of those Tigers and just see what the splash damage is in general. Because before, 2,000 pounds within like 20 feet or 30 feet of the targets did almost nothing, which I think is not the way it should be at all. So where's my Jug practice? Jug B practice, right there. Alright, I'm gonna do an active pause to get everything set. Alright, wings, master arm, chemical release, armed and bombs, and fuses armed, gun camera up. Everything else should be ready to go. Alright, let's unactive pause. Alright, where am I heading? Okay. Smoke. I see the smoke. That's why I put the smoke, so now we know right where they are. Alright, let's head over there. Wow, my trim is way out. Yeah, look at that. Look at my... My rudder is trimmed way the hell out. Hot starting a warbird in the sky is slightly dangerous, because the trim is way screwed. It's trimmed neutral, so... Okay, that's pretty good. What's our speed? We've got good speed. Oh, the prop was off. There we go. I was like, why is the prop way out? There we go. Now we got power. I would say the prop wasn't biting very well at all. It's like we're not that high altitude. We're up here, but we're not that far. Prop was acting like we were at 30,000 feet. You gotta jiggle all the controls on the HOTAS for them to actually input when you're hot starting up here. Alright, let's just fly over the top here and see if I can get a good spot on one of those heavy tanks. We'll have to keep trimming the rudder a little bit until we get the ball synced. Okay, I see him now. There's one right there. I think that's a Tiger right there. Let's drop on that one in that middle tree. I should have turned on infinite ammo so I could just keep dropping bombs without having to respawn. Oh well. This is a quick test anyway. We'll know as soon as these bombs hit the ground if how much damage they do and then how far away they were. That's the Tiger 2 right there. Bombs are away. Dude, that looked like direct hits almost. Oh man, it didn't do anything, did it? Okay, is that just... Are the bombs just that bad? Those bombs almost landed directly on that tank and it didn't do any damage. That's bad. Well, at least the bombs came off the rail. That was really close too. I was expecting a lot more damage than that. Oh, you know what? Let's do an active pause. The map will actually show the damage. We did a little bit of damage to the Tiger. That was almost a direct hit though, and that's way more damage than it took on the other server. The other server, the bomb hit a little bit closer and did like no damage, so that's not bad. I really need to get a good direct hit though. It should take a lot more damage than that. I gotta respawn, or actually let's jump out and let me turn on infinite ammo so I can do this test properly. Did a little bit of damage with the 50 cals on the Panzer. Not much, but a little bit. There's the Panzer IV shooting at me. Alright, let's turn on the... Look, they were all shooting and I didn't just explode because all the shots didn't hit me in the face. We'll leave the programming the way it is, but let's jump out and turn on. That way we don't have to keep respawning. The bombs will respawn onto the pylons in flight. And we'll run a server clean with nothing else. Alright, jug practice, there we go. Alright, jiggle the handles. And we gotta trim the crap out of it. There we go, not bad. Hey, thanks for the sub over on YouTube, Taylor. I appreciate that. Alright, let's arm the bombs, chemical release, and arm the fuses. Alright, we're going after one of those tigers again, try to get a little bit closer with the bombs. Alright, we're off boost. Alright, let's go after that one. We got the one right there on the road. I mean, we hit like right where he is almost. Let's see if we can hit this guy right here by this tree. We're gonna bunt instead of roll. All right, bunting. Got a good line. I was a little off. Alright, let's roll up and we'll check the map and see. Oh, well, that did almost nothing. I think the bomb hit like right here. Okay, I think I need to rearm these now though, right? I know there's a trick. Some of the stuff you can't reuse. It won't work. Alright, hopefully that'll do it. We'll find out. I know on the long tube rockets, once they respawn, they don't shoot again. So they're hard to practice with. We just have bombs on here, right? Yeah. And we're using 500 pounders, so we're not using gigantic bombs. Alright, so that's the Tiger II right there. Alright, we're stepped. We got the ball stepped on. Bombs are away. Oh, that was really close. That was very close. Alright. Did that do anything? Not really. Damn, that like bomb hit like right here. I mean, do we just need to hit it with a fatty? I want to see what happens when it gets a direct hit, but God, it's so hard to get a direct hit. That's why we made bombs bigger. So the thing I'm worried about is if this really is, you have to get direct hits with a bomb to do any damage to a tank, then they're gonna have to not have 5 tanks at every point. Because then the balance would be just crazy. That looks right on him. That actually, okay, there we go. So that, it didn't take any damage before, barely, and now it actually took a, what, like 1/8? And that's almost a direct hit. Like, that's really close to a direct hit, I think. Let's see if we can, let's spot it. That's really close. That is just really close, and it took a sliver. That means a direct hit might take like half or more, or it might pop it. Alright, let's get back up there. We'll have to test it after we get a hit. Seems like for a Tiger we need a direct hit. Yeah, I just hit that one within 10 feet and it took a 1/8 percentage of it, which is better than the other server, but that's still pretty bad. But I'm using 500 pounds. I'm gonna see if I need to hit it though directly and see what that does, and then I need to drop a 1,000 pounder and see what that does. It's just not easy to get a direct hit with old-timey bombs. They're not exactly precision strike weapons. I'm getting really close. The 500 pounders are definitely pretty low though on the damage scale. Plus the blast radius and the blast damage has been nerfed a bunch in DCS already. I didn't know it was this bad though. This is bad. 2 500 pounders blowing up within, 10-15 feet from a target should pretty much be a done deal. That was a little short. That was a little bit short. Yeah, a little bit short. There we go. She was starting to cook. Every time I got to climb up after that dive, I've been using the turbo and I wasn't paying attention to my engine. It's gonna cook it if I don't open those shutters up. Okay, coming back. There we go. We're running good now. All right. Come on, baby. Good roll in. That looks good. That looks really good. No, it wasn't as good as I expected. It did some damage though, not much. Damn. Let's try one more drop and then let's switch over to a 1,000-pound bomb. See if that increases the equation a bit. I know I'm slipping a little bit, so I need to aim to the right of the target just a little bit because of the slip. I thought I had it trimmed out enough, but I believe when I'm gaining speed coming down, the slip's gonna grow. So let's try to aim to the right of it. I've got the slip neutralized about as much as I'm gonna do without having. If I could do it with pedals, a lot easier, you know, on the fly. But so we're gonna line up to the right of the target, like so. I can't see it. Oh, I went long. I think the lineup was okay, but I went long. Really long. Oh, the tank moved. Alright, come on, Nix. Hit the damn target. Yep, okay, I got him spotted. Oh, look at that. That looks like the best one I've done. Alright, did that damage it? That damaged him. Not much. God, not much. That's not a direct hit. Oh, I was right over him. It was just right over him by a time. But look at that, should have done more damage. All right, one more drop with the 500 pounders, then let's try 1,000 pounders. Oh, I thought I had him that time. At least the engine is performing quite well after I adjusted the shutters. We almost cooked it, but it's running really good now. As long as we keep performing. If we started leveling off and just flying straight, we'd have to adjust the shutters again because it would get too cool. Last chance with the fibers. We're just going to do a nice controlled layover and bunt into the target. Alright, the ball is pretty lined up. Flatten it out just a little bit. All right, Mr. Tiger. Catch that? Again, that looks like it's right on top of him. That really looks right on top of him. But I think it's a little long again. Barely. Look at that. It's just barely. That's like 10 feet. Barely any damage. All right. Where is my Dora B practice? Okay, this is going to be the Dora with 1,000-pounder. I should switch to the jug. We're gonna go delay. I should do the jug with 2,000-pounders for practice for this test. But let's go ahead and drop one of the German chonkers here. So it shouldn't explode right when it hits, so I should be able to drop it from a little bit lower and get out of the way. No, it didn't drop. Why did it drop? Well, it dropped there. Alright, do we have the bomb back? And it left again. Let's make sure it explodes. It's not a very big delay, to be honest. Alright, let's try that again. Alright, I see him. He's next to all the giant friggin' craters. Alright, good lineup. Bomb should be away. I don't know if it hit him very close because he's moving. It's a big ass pothole it made.
Across the sand.
Almost no damage. Alright, let's jump back out and use the jug with 2,000 pounders. But so far, it looks like we need direct hits with bombs to do any real damage to a tank in the World War II servers, which is gonna be rough. Jug. Oh, you know what? Let's try the Dora with the crazy ass high damage rockets. And then the jug, we're gonna do 1,000 pounders. So that's the most explosive we could drop, is 2,000 pounders. That's 2,000 pounds of boom. That's the equivalent of a modern bunker buster. It's a lot easier to hit a building with a bomb than a tank, though. The Mosquito can take some old-timey 500 pounders. Two of them. Not near as much as what you would expect. That, and I'm not like certified Mosquito yet. I have not really touched that thing much. I can kind of fake it. You know, I know how to fly, but I'd be just guessing everything after that, trying to get bombs on target and stuff. I need to work on the Mosquito, but I was way more interested in getting, you know, working with the Dora. I'll get to the Mosquito. There we go. Especially because if I wanted to, I could put 2,000 pounders on the wings and one 500 pounder on the belly and have 2,500 pounds of explosive on my jug. And not deal with all of the British problems that the Mossy has with its horrible, horrible engineering. And it's a neat plane because it's so lightweight and stuff, but I mean, the engines and the way that thing flies and the avionics is very English. But at least I don't really have to learn too much with that part of it. I understand the concept of the quad throttles when you've got the double boost throttles and the double prop throttles. I get all that, that's fine. I just don't like it. It's got a lot of, I'll tell you where the damage comes from the Mosquito is actually strafing, because it's got 4 heavy machine guns and 4 cannons, so it's got 8 projectile guns on the nose. That's where a lot of the damage comes from. The bombs are okay if you can land them on the target, which is pretty hard to do, but the 4 cannons, that's a lot of damage, and those cannons can actually do damage to light armor or small armor, like Panzers. You should be able to actually do some damage to them with those cannons. Oh, that's why. I was like, why am I trimming the aileron so much? That's why, because the friggin' rudder is trim neutral. Forgot about that. Let me get my trim set so I'm not screwing the pooch here. We need to neutralize the skid while we're slipping now. Okay. Alright, we are in coordination. Alright. That'll blow out when I roll in for the dive, but it's close. And both the bombs fusing is armed. Releases are armed. Okay, we're good to go. He's at the original starting spot. Good hit. Not right where, that's not where I wanted it, unfortunately. Hey, the tank is actually driving into the hole. Hey, that's how I'm gonna take the tank out. I just made a pothole and it drove into it. So, what kind of damage did that do on everything around there, though? Probably nothing. Nothing. The Tiger really did park inside the hole, though. See if I can hit that hole again, huh? Yeah, he literally is parked on the crater. He's stuck. Sorry if this is boring tonight, everybody, but we're just doing some experimentation to figure this shit out. But what it looks like right now is the nerfs to the blast damage of bombs is hurting the World War II quite a bit. But it doesn't look like that's a Santa North Pole problem. But the enemies being like super accurate robots that don't miss shots, that's definitely a Santa problem. But the bombs look like they're just pretty rough. Alright, yeah, he's in the hole. Let's go for the hole. looks pretty damn good. I did. I hit the hole. I hit the hole. That's a direct hit with 2,000 pounds. We did it. It actually worked. Now, is that tank friggin' gone? Or is it just, did it just get a flesh wound here? Oh, you're shitting me. Okay, I don't know what to do. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I put a hole in the hole where the tank was parked. So it literally hit within 5 feet of that tank, and it did no damage. So, yeah, I'm at a loss. Yeah, it's literally 5 feet away, and it still didn't do any damage. The biggest bombs that we could drop. I wish I could just make a bomb directly hit the tank just to see what it would do. Alright, one more try, and then we'll try the crazy burst rockets that can knock buildings down. Although that's going to be really hard to hit with those, because they arc up and then back down. Hitting a tank with those is going to be an insane problem. But we'll give it a shot just to see. That tank is still stuck on the hole. That's short. Yeah, that's way short. Yeah. I felt myself making that mistake while I was doing it. It's actually not that far away though. It should still have done damage from the blast radius. Nobody ever talks about the World War II stuff too, so I wonder if they know how much of an issue it is. And we can't, can we combined arms tanks? Because there might be a thing where we've just got to get some Shermans over there to take care of enemy tanks with tanks. But I don't know if that's implemented on that server to where we can do that. I mean, in reality, that's what you would do. You would combat their tanks with your tanks or with AP guns, things of that nature. That might be close. Well, the smoke looks good. Nope, no damage. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's just ridiculous. Putting these bombs that close to this tank and it just not taking damage is kind of silly. Alright, let's try the crazy airburst rockets. This is what I use in the door to take buildings out in factories. rockets are just hard because they're on the pylon. They're actually angled upward, and they're made that way because what these actual giant high explosive rockets are supposed to do, they're fragmentation rockets. So they were made to be shot towards bombers flying out in front of you, and then just shredding them with the shrapnel. It's like a flak rocket. But there's a lot of explosive and a lot of fragmentation inside of them, so if you hit a building with them, it actually wrecks the building pretty good. But because they're angled like that, they come out of the tube and go upward, but they're so heavy that they start going downward pretty quick too, so it's really hard to gauge distance and angle. You just have to use them a whole bunch. So you kind of aim low at everything, but how low you aim is depending on how far away you are. If you're far enough away, they're gonna curve back down into the target. You can really tell when the cannons light up. All right, right about there. Oh, that looks close. Oh my god! Oh my god. Did you see that? Oh, I'm making a short out of that. I got a direct hit with the crazy rockets and it blew up the Tiger II. The crazy Dora rockets win again. Literally, they blew up that tank. First try. I'll never do that again. I bet you every time I try to hit a tank now... I bet you every time I try to hit a tank now, I'm gonna miss. Because that was just too perfect. Those things curved right into that Tiger. It is gone. Alright, let's see if we hit the other Tiger. Did it respawn? Can I shoot him again? Let's find out. Yep, okay, we can do it again. Hey, what's up, Eagle Laser? I didn't know you were here. I should have known you're here, though, because you're stalking me all the time. I should have known. Toes, I love it. I don't do any hand or foot modeling anymore. No modeling for me anymore. Only testicle shots. Old man disabled testicle shots. No sales yet. Sitting next to each other. That'd be great if I got one rocket on one and one rocket on the other. Nope. They went off to the right and short. Try that again. I was skidding a little bit. It's hard to gain that distance too. Those rockets must weigh a ton. there's trees in the way. Close. Oh, that did good damage though. I mean, better than a 500 or 1,000 pound bomb. That's sad. That shouldn't be the way it is. Those rockets should do damage if you get direct hits, but they shouldn't do better splash damage than a 1,000 pound friggin' bomb. But the rockets are still only really effective with a direct hit. At least we know if they get a direct hit, they get the job done. That means if you hit a Tiger II with a 1,000 pound bomb, like directly, I'm sure it just pops the tank. But direct, like I said, direct hits with dumb bombs are going to be pretty rough. I went to the right again. Oh, that was a good distance though. That was the correct distance. Just need to negate that skid a little bit. It's such a slight skid or slip. That would be that's a slip. That it's hard to adjust it with my little rudder axis. Because that rudder axis gets stuck right there. I barely move it, and it's, yeah, now we're skidding. Now we're slipping. I don't have much nuance in my rudder pedals, because I don't have pedals. It hurts me with warbirds and helicopters. Very noticeable. We know we have the ability to pop a tank direct hit. That's a high bar though. That looks good. Oh, just barely went right over the top of it. That was pretty close, so kind of getting the eye for it. But still, you gotta think about it. You're gonna fire these two shots, and if they don't hit, you still gotta go all the way, you have to fly all the way back home, land, rearm, and then go back and try again. So on a server like that, it's gonna be real damn rough. Unless you have so many people dropping so many bombs all at once that you're gonna get them. But like one or two people, it's gonna take months to move that line forward. Although, you know, the more you do it, you know, I'm sure you'll get better and better and better, but you're never going to dot bombs right on top of tanks, you know, consistently. They're not consistent weapons. Let's go for this Tiger, line up to the left of him. Right about there. That looks like a hit. Oh, we got him! We got him! Hell yes! God, those rockets are so good. I'm dialing them in hell a lot quicker than bombs. Turn the alcohol on and climb up. All right, one more shot. too early. That's okay, I get the idea. Oh shoot, forgot to rearm him. I was gonna hit the building. Going for this comm tower building. Boom! Direct hit. Those rockets really are amazing. Didn't take out the factory completely, but it did a bunch of damage and lit it on fire. Took out the comm tower completely. So I imagine that factory would go up if another volley hit it. I didn't bury those rockets in it either, though. I hit the top of it. Might have got more damage if I got direct onto the main building from like this side. There's a lot of guns down there that were shooting at me. I got nicked, didn't I? Oh, there's a flak gun, I see that. Saw some smoke coming out right down there. Oh, perfect hits. Yeah, the splash damage on that is crazy. Whoa. The splash damage on that is insane. They just do so much damage. More than a bomb. They're better than bombs. But you've just got the one shot. Well, bombs, you've only got the one shot too. You drop your bombs, you gotta go back and get more. It's not like you can carry a bunch. Yeah, all those anti-artillery guns right there on the corner. I bet you if we get the rockets in there, it'll just take them all out. Let's see if we can get a good impact here. Look at that. Even the towers are on fire over there. Look at that. That's crazy. Let's hit the factory one more volley and see if that shacks it. I believe it will. At least if we get good solid hits on the building portion here. Yep, perfect. Alright, one more shot. Let's hit this other factory that has no damage on it yet on the main building. You can take the little salvo rockets too, but they are not really worth it. Fatty airburst or nothing. I'm still connected to the friggin' SRS on that other server. Alright, here we go. Rolling in on the last factory. I'm not sure if this will actually blow it up in one shot, if it's a perfect shot, but it'd be good to know. I still think it takes 2 volleys for a whole factory. But if somebody gets that with, like, but you can hit factories with bombs pretty easily. Nope. It takes 2 volleys. That's fine. Yeah, Vic, I got the first shot on the Tiger II with these crazy air-bursting arc rockets. It arced right in there and hit him directly and popped in one shot. And then I hit the Panther with a direct hit, blew him up in one shot. So, the airburst rockets on the Dora are more powerful than 1,000-pound bombs. And the splash damage, hitting ground targets with them is even better than a bomb. But it's only with the Dora rockets. The airburst Dora rockets are the only ones that are like this. But look at the splash damage when I hit the ground here. The amount of damage this does is insane. Dropping those 500 or 1,000-pound bombs didn't have this kind of reach, damage-wise. I'm gonna lay it right in by those sandbags there to the right. Look at the fire. Look at everything that took damage. Crazy splash damage on those rockets. Alright, I took a flak round into the face.
Serious?
Yeah, look at the splash damage on those rockets, dude. The factory being on fire was already on fire, but all this other fire is all destruction just from that little airburst rocket. All of this. I hit the stuff up, I hit right here with those rockets and all this stuff got lit up. Just burnt it all down. Those Dora rockets are like the whole reason to get the Dora. I never got a direct hit with a 1,000-pound bomb on a tank. I got really close though, and I mean, I got real close, like 5 feet away, and it did like 1%, 2% damage, something stupid. I mean, look at this tank. Parked right there, none of these explosions did more than 1 or 2% damage to him. With 1,000-pounders, still didn't. So, bomb worthless. But one hit with the airburst rockets, done. This one too, this Panther, one hit with the airburst rockets, done. But you do have to get a direct hit. But it's a hell of a lot, it's a hell of a lot easier to get a direct hit with those rockets than to drop a bomb. So my conclusion is bomb damage is really, really nerfed into the fucking ground right now. It's so bad. But that's not Santa's fault. That's not North Pole's fault. But I'm still going to talk to Santa about the enemy's ability to not miss shots is a little bit over the top. All right, let me see who's flying. I'll get you guys rated over somewhere, and then I'm going to draw some blood and chill out for a bit. I'll still be in the Discord if you need me for anything. And let me see who's flying. I think it's just me. Oh no, there's a couple others. Well, I tried to raid Neb the other night, and he doesn't allow raids, so I guess we'll try to go to Void. But he spelt it all funky with a bunch of different letters, so I don't know if it's going to go through or not. We're going to try. I think I got it. I got it. Okay, I got it. Alright, we're raiding Void Bear. Looks like he's doing some night flights. Looks like he's got a sim pit rig. So you guys might find that interesting. And again, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the subs and the likes and all that stuff. I will be back tonight like normal. And I'll be in the Discord for a few more hours tonight like normal too. So if you need me, that's where I'll be.